Well, good morning. Hello, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary finery. Welcome to the DU Weekend Show. I'm 902PE Gaming, veteran IT geek, novelist, long-term gamer. I'm area code 902. If you're wondering, that's Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island on the east coast of Canada, hence the name. Thanks so much for joining me while I spend some time playing my current always come back to title, Dual Universe. We're playing on the Settlers My DU public server. As always, love to chat with viewers, so please do say hello. Let me know what your current interest in DU is and all that other good stuff. The music you're going to hear in the background today is provided by Miracle of Sound and Carl Casey under the tag of White Bat Audio. Check them out on YouTube and Bandcamp. They let streamers like me use their music for free, and all they ask is they ask me, yeah, wow, that's complicated, to tell you what it is you're listening to. All right, let's get to it. So hope everyone's doing okay. Let me just one sec here. Where's my? There we go. I want to be able to see chat. There we are. All right. What do we got going on here? Advanced scrap refinery is scrap refinery. Okay, cool. Whoops, that was weird. All right. Oh, that's awkward. Huh. I'm gonna have to flip that. I'm gonna fix that. Um. So let's. Okay. Oh, okay. That's just the notice there. All right. So first thing is I did a silly. So I am very proud of this. I want to show it to you because it's silly and I made it. So we're gonna press the button. And then the force fields disappear, and then you get this great bloody airlock you can hop out of. Right. Oops. Okay. And then we'll hit that. And then the force fields kick on again. And I just love that. I will not tell you how much time it took me to get that to work. Okay, that's right. I've been playing 3 different games lately, and I keep muffing the, I keep forgetting which key combos go with which games. So yeah, there we go. So, lots of fussy stuff done. I've got a lot of planking done for decks. I've been experimenting with how I want to do some of the internal bulkheads, messing around with different aesthetics in terms of the outer covering. Yeah, just fussing. I am not sure what I want to do yet. With the side here, yeah, not sure what it is I want to do. I've got a mixture of ideas and just nothing's quite looking right. So, more stuff to mess with and. But yeah, we're making progress, slow but steady. So yeah. All right, there we go. Let me do a no, not that one. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. this live stream, feel free to join. Okay, that's that done. And then, what was the other thing I wanted to do? Yeah, come over here and press this button. All right, here we go. Been starting to put signs around various places and things like that, so. All right, let's, okay, that's empty. Okay, good. And we will set that as an empty container. Okay, that's still pretty full. Well, I've got plenty of raw material. Getting low on quartz, but okay. So the thing I'm going to work on today. If that music's too loud, by the way, do let me know. So the thing I want to muck with right now. Oh, that's right. Which one of these is building that warp drive for me? Yeah, this one. You do things. Yeah. Here, some fine stuff. Good. Okay. Let's start with that. How big is that? A lot. Okay. That's sort of what I was afraid of. But I could do this instead. If I do that, what do we get here? First off is I can sink a little bit of it into the floor. I don't think I want that. I think that's just, no. Okay, so that does, okay, that doesn't go. That's what I was afraid of. Alright, so... okay, let me vertical corner in. Okay, let's try making a few of those and seeing what we get out of this. I'm just going to say for now I want 4. Five, four, three, two, one. How do I want to do that? So I'm going to be waiting for that for a few minutes. Maybe what I should do... I have... So I need LM. Okay. Let's... Do I have room? Yeah, I've got room. Okay. Okay. What I'm going to do is set up a different factory line over here and move some of that stuff over here, because that line has got a lot of stuff on it, which is just going to slow it down. So we're going to take a few minutes and build some more factory. Yeah, it's tight, but it does fit. Okay. Welcome in, everybody. Appreciate you here. Put a pair of L's up front. That's going to be cramped. I only have one. I guess we'll put in one in. Space. So I need to leave those two squares open for the decoration around here, but I can work with these 4 squares there. Alright. Yeah. I'll probably... No, I can't move that any further forward. That's just... yeah, actually, I can. Alright, so that's what I'm gonna do. I need that back clear more than we need. Yeah. Do that. And that leaves that window clear. Yeah. I'll let that back. That's good. Alright, so that actually gives me those 3 there and leaves that one open as well in case I want to do something for the shield generator and leave some extra space around that. Okay, let's go back to here. Oh, wow. Oh, these are the small ones. Right, yeah, I had a bunch of weird size ones. Okay, so I'll need to use this template. Oop, wrong button again. See if we can get that to not make a mess over here. Yeah, that's okay. Gets me that, and then use, I guess, red for this one. I've used green, I've used blue. Yeah, we'll use red, I guess. One sec, cat wants up. Here we are. Yes, you know I'm live streaming. That's why you want it up. So now you can just sit there and be patient. Settle down. Okay. So that'll be here we go again. All right, let's. Okay, so I only have 2 refiners. Ah, I'm way low on gear. That's bad. Let me go check the other container in case. We're making an assembly line. I've got uncommon gear, but I'd rather not do that. I don't really have enough of anything to build another line. So that's annoying. And I don't want to go shopping right now. Yeah, I have exactly not enough to get anything achieved. Alright, well, it'll have to wait. So, yeah, I'll work around it. It's annoying, but there's lots of other stuff I can do. Now, I can just go steal a bunch of kit from the other side, and that may be a thing to do. I think that's what we do. So, head over here, and we'll rob myself blind. Let's go see what we have in storage, if anything. It's uncommon. The answer is no, not really. Yeah, it's just a bunch of uncommon gear. Okay. That doesn't get me what I want is the problem. Okay, well, that answers that question. Alright, so what is it I need? I need another refiner and 2 smelters. Right. Okay, so blue is uncommon. I'm looking for purple, I guess. Okay, that's an advanced. else I have here? There we go. That's another stop. But yes, I am running out swiftly. Okay. Alright, that should give me enough of what I need. I've got 3 uncommon optimized left. Hold on. Oh, I can probably check and see if you're an advanced M. I will just snag you out of here. And we're gonna stack all and grab all of that. Just tossing it. That's that one. Where are you at? You're at 12.5 as well. Okay, good. Okay, yeah, this is the laser room. Alright, I get it. No engines on this deck other than those two. Those are filled. Well, not filled, but you know what I mean. That tank has got fuel in it, I think. Yep, it does. What are you plugged into? Okay, you've got fuel. Okay, you don't have fuel. I can't put fuel in you. You don't. Alright, let's put about 5 here. There we go. 12 okay. We'll get the fuel production plants running. I'm doing other stuff anyway. Okay, so now smelter, then refiner. Oh, no, that's not the same thing. Okay, smelter, refiner, and then, okay, yeah. Refiner. Refiner, smelter, yeah. Refiner, smelter. I don't know why I find this difficult. It's not like I don't do it a dozen times. Refiner. It's going to be awkward now, isn't it? But not really. Just a little more compressed than I would like for this one. I might wind up going up a little higher than usual. Take advantage of that wall. Begin again. Okay, so then that means what I really did is this. Nope. Where's the flat part? There we go. Yep, that's fine. That's it. This way. Yep, that's good. In this case, I don't mind if it runs more that way. Do that to myself a little extra space. Next. Recycle. Okay, how do I do this? Okay, just upended it with the tongue sticking up. Yeah, just right there. Okay. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. Now this one might be tight. We'll see. Yeah, that's exactly what I was afraid of. Okay, this one may require more creativity. How big is that deflection? Okay, that's... yeah, alright. I lose a lot. Well, actually, no. There's a way around that problem. So, we'll do this. Okay, that's all. Let's try this. Before I decide that's not going to work, let's test it. So, okay, I'm just gonna have to swap a couple things around, but that's alright. I can go there. Printer. That's fine, maybe. Oh, I'm way colliding with stuff. Okay. That'll have to go up a little bit higher. Sled can be walked under. If we do this, yeah. Yeah, that'll just cramp that way too much. I don't like that. Okay. With that. In fact, at that point, I'm just going to be arbitrary and do this. Alright. And then they come back over here, and same. That looks all right to me. Go there. Advanced electronics. Equip. Now this is where things are going to get weird slightly. Into here. I wish it would highlight the element that is colliding, right? And if that's the case, we'll just do that. Hey folks, welcome in. One can just sit here, so it doesn't need to be anywhere else. Likewise, this one can just sit here. Alright. I need a blast furnace and a chem furnace each. Could be weird, I suppose. That doesn't necessarily look bad. So we can do that one here. We can do it again here. No, that collides with that. Can make use of this wall. Right, we can do that. And then one over here. And that one, I guess, is just gonna tower. Okay, that's fine there. And that's fine there. Okay, yep. Alright, and then last is the chem furnace. Second just tower? Or no, not enough room. Yeah, okay. Well. Hang on. I'm fussing. No, that's going to look terrible. I'll do it this way. Take advantage of this visual overhang. Here. Yep, that'll fit right there. All right. Oh, what's up here? Yes, continue. Alright, now the herd. Well, not really. That's looking too cramped visually. This works better. Okay, well that's, and now I just need the transfer units. think we're making progress here. Oops. Now I gotta plug all this in. All right. It's that one I want. That's that one. One. Okay. Next. Okay. Next. Done already. Okay, great. Feel clumsy today. So that's all those plugged in. next. I have a lot of factory pieces to build because I'm going to build this much factory on the other side of the ship when I'm done, right? That's the idea. Progress. Just give me a moment here, folks. Let's go here and action. No, okay, all right. Digital clock, yep. Whoa. Okay, cool. Stream Deck. So it's more okay. So now I've got a better idea what time it is when I'm working while I'm playing here. And yeah, okay, stream's up for now. Nice. In fact, I'm just gonna tweak one more thing. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay, good. All right, did we get everything? Yeah, we did. Okay. So now, that's all set up. Now it's just a matter of wiring the individual pods to their equipment, and then hooking up the software. What are we doing over here? Okay, we've made a bunch of fuel. Yeah, right. Something here while I'm thinking. Do I have room to do that if I do that here? Yeah, I do. Okay, I'm all right with that. Here. Why doesn't Sublime have... It must. I cannot imagine it does not. What I'm looking for is column select. I can't imagine that Sublime does not have column select. Well, that's kind of aggravating. The only thing I can think of is that it's a plug-in, which seems really peculiar. Okay, that's not useful. Yeah, that's not useful. Weird. All right. Hmm. So the problem now is, do I want to get into this? And I think the answer is no. I'll fuss with it. I will just, just do this for now, so I remember why that's there. Yeah, that's kind of maddening, actually. That's fine. All right. Welcome in, everybody. Okay, I need to take a short break, go get myself another cup of coffee, and then I will be right back, and we'll get back to building. So, we're gonna... Whee! There we go. Alrighty, back, got coffee. Hope you're doing all right. Need to tweak a little something here real quick. Cannot flip that here. Just give me a second, folks. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay, that's better. Okay, cool. Hey, Kestrel, good to see you. Hope you're doing all right. All right, there we go. That's straightened out. So I'm pretty pleased. Flight deck is plenty big. I can basically flip the E-19 around as much as I want in here. And again, keep in mind that this is half the ship. That's the center line there. So there'll be, it'll be plenty of room. Actually, no, that's the center line. So it goes that way for a little bit more. I just haven't built that out yet. But yeah, so the flight deck is essentially done. I've got to do the planking up top next. But I'm pleased about that. So, started producing fuel. So we're slowly tanking up the engines. Just working on adding in the working slowly here on adding in the next factory section. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. I will dip that volume. Let me know if that's any better. Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so now back to plugging stuff in. start game. Okay, let me see. Yes, these are all done now. Yeah, okay, so now it's building the loop. So we'll turn this one on first. And we start. Okay. Turn on. Same process. Carefully. Okay, and then last one is that one. Stop. Okay, I think that's everything. So then it's just the programming boards. All right. So what I'm gonna do. Hey, Mini Kai, good to see you. Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate you being here. How are things? Yeah, and Kestrel, we got a pile of yard work that's on the agenda as well. Winter over here has been very blustery, so we've gotten a bunch of stuff we got to clean up around the yard to get ready for the spring season. Some semi-perpetual discussion about replacing some fence lines, possibly replacing one of the coops, stuff like that. It's just always something. Okay, yep, we're good. Interesting. Not used to that. As I was commenting earlier, it's an awful lot of factory, but there's going to be even more because this is half. Right? The whole other side of the ship is going to be basically loaded the same way. So. There we go. Okay, that makes it a lot easier to cue what the hell, because this is starting to look a lot like a factory. Stuff piled, piled high, machines, and blah, blah, blah. That's the whole idea. Oh, interesting, Minikai. Yeah. PvP ship. Been better, but we're surviving. Yeah, a few people have asked me lately how I'm doing, and my answer is I endure. Right? Alright, next. Plunk. Okay, it's not quite what I meant, sure. So one customer, one manager, one screen, chef, and 3 lanes. And switches. This is why I need to move the lane setup. This stuff is not printing fast enough, or in the wrong order. Do I have switches on this list? No, I don't. Alright, gotta slow the whole process down. But yeah, Minikai, what I was saying is you commented better, but we're surviving, and yeah, as I've been remarking to people who've been asking me how I've been doing lately, is my answer tends to be I endure, right? Not much else I can say. Building a PvP ship? Yep. I have a great dumb idea for a PvP ship, which is this ship. Okay, yes, I do have... You know what? I know that number is wrong. Let's go count what the correct number is. So, it's 4, okay, so there needs to be 6 at all times. So, I'm gonna change this and say 8. And I'm gonna change that to be 8 as well. I just go through them all candy. Turn that off. Turn that back on. So, actually, let's do some silly PvP stuff with this ship right now, since we're talking about it. And I gotta wait for those switches to print anyway. So I'll show you what I'm thinking. Okay, what deck am I? Okay, it's definitely not this deck. Well, okay, stop. Sorry. ADHD panic. That is one of my favorite things on the ship so far. Alright. So oh, I got too far away. Okay, fine. So that's the flight deck. The flying bridge is going to be down here. The PvP bridge will be on this level, I think. No, it can't be. It has to be up here. So what I want to do... Alright, so that... Okay. So what I'm going to do, I think, and I'm just going to actually mock this up while we're chatting. Okay, I will have to go get them. I don't have any with me. So what I want to do is set it up so that all the weapons are inside the ship. And I'm gonna take advantage of the fact, for example, that missile tubes are 360. They don't care. As long as they can see space, they work. So let's mess around with that a bit right now. So I've got... Okay, I'm gonna grab one each, because I don't know how big anything is. I think that's... No, the L is the size of the flight deck door, and I think that's too big. But, again, if you don't know what you're doing, do anything. Okay, so that really should be that. Now where's my missile launchers? I know I have some. Yeah, there we are. 6 rare agile. Okay. And then... Okay, and then the cannons, I will need to make more. But that's okay. So I'm just going to grab that bank of 6 guns as well. Worry about installing the magazines later. I just want to see if this is even vaguely achievable. Just stop, because I'm going to just keep having that thing go blinky blink on me. Alright, so here we are, top of the ship, right? And ship fly that way. Zoom, zoom. And I'm going to build a pile-high bridge at the back for just general space operations, because it looks cool. There'll be a flight bridge or a landing bridge down here, just for visibility reasons. And then there's going to be the armored box that's PvP combat. So there'll be 3 different locations you can run the ship from. So now what I want to see... Turn the light on here. Let's get a large light or 2. Where I can see them. So somewhere around here. Now, let's talk about these missile launchers. How big are they? Okay, large. That's good, because it'll make it suitably dramatic. And you know me, dramatic. Yeah. Right? Because, again, they don't care which way they point, as long as they can see space. So then, how big is the M gate? That's an M? That can't be... Alright, so what the hell if I... 1 second here. What the hell am I using for my flight deck then? That must be an M. I thought that was an L. No, that's an expanded gate L. Alright. Huh. Odd. Why does the M seem so much bigger? Let's just... Alright, I need something that I will see easily. Glossy orange. So I'm going to do a mock-up here, I think, is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it here. That's 4. Then I'll put here. I'm going to go up a meter. I'm going to move that way. Yeah, we'll start here. Something, right? Now, the actual middle line of the ship is this edge here, so we're just going to come up. Something, right? So then, let me grab those rare agile. Right. Okay, so they are big but not terrible. So if my new deck is, quote, the orange thing, right? I can do that. So one would go there. I only need to place 3 because there's going to be, it's symmetrical, right? We'll go on the other side as well. So that one would go there. And then... Oh, well that's kind of cool, actually. Then I can put the third one sort of in a leaf pattern like this. Right? Something. Alright, so that would be the idea. Now, those are all valid to fire. And then, if I say M gate, what do I get? Alright, so that needs to go to 0. Where's my numbers? I can't find nothing there. So it winds up, so the M is exactly too big, except not really, right? So if I do this, and then I'm just gonna go something like that, and then I'm gonna go up so we don't have a collision, and I'm just gonna arbitrarily do with that. And I'm gonna come down a little bit. Open those doors. Right. And then 9. I move this over like that, which means does that give me enough room? Oops, not you. It's exactly too small, because I don't think let's move this one over a little bit more. So technically, I only need that, right? That ought to do it. Yeah, it's technically valid. It's going to be pinchy. So there's two ways I could do that. All right, so a single M I don't think is going to work. So let's try a couple of other options here. Let's see what happens with the S. And no, not at all. It winds. It just moves the problem around. Well, anyway. Right, because that is zeroed. Yeah, that's zeroed. Same. Okay, so it looks like they're all the same width. The only question is the height. Hey, Chaos Del Stars, good to see you. Okay, so the only thing that's different is the height. Oh. Oh, that's a drag. Not necessarily a bad thing, but not the answer I wanted either. Alright, let me just muck here for a second. Give me a second. Let's see, get this to 0. Something, right? And then another one of those here. Why do you call that a portion? Oh, because I don't have two. What? Why do I not have two? I only brought one of each. Okay. However, a pair of S-doors will do it. Yeah, okay. Let me, scoot over here. And grab another S. Hope you're doing okay, Chaos. So, is that the level, or am I just not? No, it is. I just wasn't seeing it. And then just for simple. Oh, because I don't have any, right. Yeah, switches right. This is just for testing. Don't read too much into anything you see in here. again. So let's see what we can do here. Yep, I think we can make this work. No. Oh, that one doesn't go there anyway. Comes over here and just pins off of that one. Comes out to align with this. Because I cut off the wrong thing, but that's okay. Again, lock up. I don't need to fuss so much. Yeah, I think that'll work. Because the cone is not from the launchers, it's from the center of the box. So all of those are clean. So that's the idea, right? Now the idea is I'll lower this whole thing down so it's level with the deck structure. Good, yeah. The idea will be in the armored bridge, which is going to be meter thick walls the whole way around. There would be, you know, essentially a battle stations button, if you will, opens all the doors. And then the second one. Is what I want. 4, 5, yeah. So it would be 3. Would be here. I think the M is too tall. Yeah, that's kind of weird. So I would want to use more S. Do we have more S? No, we have excess. See, okay. So those just way too bargain big. Alright, let me scoot up here. Put all of these back into inventory. I do have 2 more S. Okay, we'll grab those. Again, I've no idea if this is going to do anything but look cool. I'm just having fun with the idea. Those are programming cubes. That's relays. I don't need any of that. So it would be this deck here. How big is that? Is that a 45-degree angle? Yeah, it is. Okay. Again, something. If you don't know what you're doing, do it neatly. these things are huge. Okay, they're in fact a lot more chunky than I thought. So, 2. And then I think I'm restricting the cone too much. So I don't think the S's, I think I'll wind up going with the M doors to get enough cone visible. Okay. Again, I'll probably never do this, but I just love toying with the idea. I just want to see what it looks like. Complete artifice. So then that, yeah, obviously way too tall, but also, if I do that, it'll cut into the visible space on that deck a bit, but if I move this up here, that's not terrible. Yep, we can work that there. Bit of a prow. It's not terrible. Yeah, that's a completely... yeah, I mean, I gotta shave the rest of that deck space off. But that's not... That wall has to stay there because that's the entrance to the flight deck. So that has to be there. Does that close now? I think officially it won't. Yeah, okay, that's a problem, obviously. So that's okay. Yeah. There'll be an oblique area right down the nose of the ship that won't have direct gun coverage, but well, bluntly, that's the launch bay. That's not what I'm worried about. Again, this is mostly for amusement versus reality. So then I would shave this piece out. That's not a problem. And then down here, maybe I'll keep that prow profile down one more deck, and then just out to the extent of the engineering. And same thing here, trim that profile back this way. I think that'll look kind of cool. And if I'm completely worried about that forward arc, I can put a set of deck guns with a direct forward angle. Mounted somewhere around there, for example, underneath the entry, underneath the approach for the flight deck. So yeah, that's, like I say, it's silly, but it's just an idea I've always wanted to experiment with. So I think I'm gonna leave it. I think it's just gonna be dumb fun. All right. And then I've got another substantial door down here, as you can see, and that's the one for the. This is where I'll be when we finally get the laser miners, the problem with the laser miners sorted, which is an overclock problem, and that will be that'll be the door, which basically I'll have them suspended, pointing straight down, and yeah, that'll look kind of cool, I think. With the please pay attention lights doing chaser around the outside edge. I like that. So yeah. Must have big plenty doors. All right. More to do yet. Let's go turn this thing back on. Yeah, wasn't paying attention. You go away. What are you doing? Thank you. Yeah, okay. That's the right one. So I'm waiting for switches to come out of production. Okay. I can put this stuff away for now. For now. I'll need to put radars and blah blah, but that's all for later. little bit of floppy flop going on here. I'm supposed to go. Don't know why I didn't do that to start with. So your screen, your manager. Okay, so screen. It's chef. Rename. And that's line cook. Oops. This is going to be line cook 2, and I need to switch for. So we have chef, line 0, 1, and 2. Okay. Okay, so let's go grab. Next. Paste. Open that up. No, I do not have any of that available, so that goes away. Those can go away. Those can go away. That can go away. Okay, that all stays. Now, let's go grab the contents of screen. Wow. Oops. Some lag spikes. I presume it's this. I presume it's the combination of the live stream, Discord, the music, and doing face capture at the same time. Okay. All right. Or maybe it's just because I was in build mode. Chef. No, actually, line cook will do. Because there's no difference internally in the code. It's just literally what the name of the board is determines its behavior. Alright, well. Okay, so... yeah, so customer... okay, let's get it's still here, so you link. Oh, fuck off. Thank you. Oh, no. Thank you. Alright, so then customer goes to that one. Actually, we'll do the, because this isn't a surprise. So those are all plugged in, and obviously to the screen. And then I need from here to there. All plugs are used. Oh dear. Well, that's complicated. Or is it because... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's because he grabbed it, then didn't show it to me. Appreciate y'all dropping in, folks. Thanks so much for hanging out. Yep, good. So those are plugged in, so I'm just waiting on the switches. Okay. So Chef, yes, we can get this plugged in now. Drag him over here. Six. Wow. I smell a memory leak. Space, and you should put yourself away. Maybe. Another operations process. Okay, that's what I thought. There we go. It just teleported. Okay. I'm going to take a moment and restart DU. All right. Yeah, the fact that it's misbehaving on exit to desktop is it. Okay, 2.5. 2 hours and 20. That's cool. It's not bad. All right. Do me a favor, if you're currently playing DU in the channel while you're watching the stream here, just type in DU in chat, would you? Just curious to see how many people are playing while watching the stream. Okay. Kestrel is cool. So I've got Chef keyed in. I'm gonna go back over here and turn this one back on. I'm not gonna make those here. Make these here. That's all okay to make. And I will not be making these here either. No with that one. Everything else can stay as is. We're just going to do this. I'm going to move all of that to the other line. Container M's, I want them buildable from either line. So now I'm going to grab line 1 on the build mode. Wow, really? Okay. Only 50 players online, that's no reason for this. What's my box doing? Because that took a long time. GPU's busy, that's not a problem. CPU's busy, but that's not a problem. Nothing to justify what I'm seeing is my point. Okay. Alright, so your chef, grab you. Drag you over here, where it's easy to find you. Six. Alright. These get plugged in here. Okay, and that one's done. Much better responsiveness. So that's... So I'm just going to arbitrarily declare this one number 1. Oh, thank you. Glad you're here to save me. Alright. Yeah, got it all. Okay. And then back to 9. Backspace. Backspace. There we go. Puts it back where quote I want it. That's 1. Now we'll grab 2. And come over here and process. Okay. Just so we're clear, by the way, this is a terrible way to do this. But hey, Ryglitch, thank you so much. Wow. Prime sub. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Yeah, that's really cool of you. I deeply appreciate that. That actually helps me out. Yep. Spent about 2.5 years unemployed, and we're still digging ourselves out of that hole. So it's funny, you know. It may sound silly, but just the extra 10-20 bucks every once in a while does go a long way in terms of things like just being able to make sure the internet bill's paid, or be able to continue supporting Settlers, the Settlers server, which is what I do with most of my pocket money, to be quite honest. So yeah, deeply appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So now we're just waiting for those switches to come off. I can get that. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, it's freebie, but yeah, it still helps me. So I do appreciate that. All right. Okay, well, this is churning, and I'm waiting for those switches to get done. Okay. We're still okay for ore. Yeah, lots. Don't need to go get anything, go drag anything else out. And we do it in here. In the spare parts bin. Okay, we got lots. We got lots. All right. Yeah, we are using material out of here steadily. Every once in a while, this bin wins the lottery, and instead of brewing something up, like eventually those 2 lines for pure calcium will go away because it'll realize there's pure calcium sitting in there and grab it. And every once in a while, for example, the hydrogen and oxygen gets pulled out of there. So yeah. Progress slowly. Okay, now. This is the only thing about this kind of build that I'm perpetually stuck on. I can get most of it done myself, but it's the outer jacket, the pretty stuff, if you will. That's the part I always have trouble with. I think this is working okay. I'm not sold about this. That contrast. Now, what I do want to do is grab. Let's pretend I'm going to leave this as is. And let's chisel this back so I've got a better idea what it looks like, and then I want to try doing one of those side bins. So, for now, we can just do this. And that can just go away. Got a little bit of leniency because by definition I've got the same nibbles to do on the inside, so if I overclip a bit, that's just tidy up. Okay, we've got a little bit of push through here, so that's... I don't mind that. You're not going to see that at distance. And back the other way. Bigger chunk than I wanted, but again, it'll get fixed in post-processing. Trims that mess out. This can come out of here, of course. Hey, Tic Tac, how you doing? Highly questionable, absolutely. Would you like to see the latest version of highly questionable? I've gone more questionable than usual, in fact. Practically into a flight of fancy, I say. Glad to have you with us, by the way. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, as I was commenting earlier to Minikai, I endure. It's, yeah, I endure. Enjoying being well enough to be able to get back to streaming DU. I miss that. There's a period there I just could not. But that seems to be resolved, so that's nice. I figured out what was bothering me about DU, and so, yeah, I've completely changed what it is I'm going to be doing in the game, and I'm already far happier about it. So I'm just in the process of tinkering with my Forever project, and that's going to make me... Nope, don't do that. Okay, and then I will need to something that. Now that's at a 45-degree angle, and it has 45 degrees. Did I keep a large one pre-built or not? Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Zoom. Do that, and then until further notice, we will do this. By the way, if the music's bothering anybody, do let me know. We can always change the channel, as it were. Oops, that's not what I meant. That's what I did, but it's not what I meant. And what I'll do is I'll have to put a square post on that corner, but that's okay. fact, I think I already have made myself another problem. Yeah, that does not cut into that yet. So I ought to be able to get away with here. Yeah. Oh, okay. So that line should be safe. Okay. So we can grab, so that's okay, that's cool. We're gonna grab this, tuck it up in the air, trim that extra chunk out. This has to, oops. And then I need to come back here. This thing has to go away because I oopsied. But, again with that thing about oopsies. Let me think about that. Alright, so we've got a slightly chew toy edge here. Trim that up. Go, same thing down here, we're good. This shouldn't have gotten copied, but did. What did you do? Okay. That fixes that. Alright, now, I kind of like the mistake I made, so we're going to repeat it. Oops, that's not what I meant. That's what I did, but it's not what I meant. We're going to do that. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't do that. Bothersome poo. Is that about... Yep, that's about centered. And then we're going to copy that. Like so. And then we'll do that. Like so. Yep. And then grab some straight stuff. Copy. Again, if you don't know what you're doing, do it neatly. You're gonna be like that. Yeah, cool. All right. Okay, so that looks okay, actually. Kind of like that. Now, let's go take a look at the music box. Yeah, we're fine. Yes, we're really still listening. Okay, I could block. I could do that in just block, in black, and that would, you know, match that frame. That would be okay. It might be more interesting to lift one of the continue this color palette though, and I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to do the whole thing in copper and then inset. not enough material. Oh, right, because it wants to do the whole block, not the material in the block. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now, I'm going to take advantage of... There we go. I'm going to do some blue... No, that was... Okay, what did I use there? Okay, that's galvanized blue. Let's do galvanized dark blue for the top. And we'll do the same thing down at the bottom. Oh, I need to fix that. Icky. What I'll do, because this one looks like it came out pretty smooth. I'll grab this piece, flip it, and use it to just mask copy, if you will. Oh, that's funny. Okay, I'll fix that in a moment here. So we'll copy this. We're going to rotate it, like so, and then this, and then it goes here. And then Shift, Enter. And that neatly solves that problem. And then I need to come back with copper. That fixes that. And then what we're going to do here is the Lumi Blue, which will echo elsewhere. Okay. That should work. And then just because of color. Down here, we do white. Okay. tools. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Don't want to do that. Alright, so I gotta take a thin slice to start with. And then I can go a little bit more industrial. Good. So we're above that line. Yeah, we're clean. And you can come out here completely. Okay, good. Okay. Let's move this over here so I do not lose it. Here. Just fine. Looks right. I'm out of it. Oh no, it's just it's still outside the buildings. So that's sort of a problem, but not really. Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, that's in the wrong position completely. Okay, but now we know. So what I'm going to do is this. Because I can see that edge fairly well. No, you're too far. That size, I think. Okay, so that's going to completely screw up that overlap, but that's okay. I can manually fix that. Again, officially that's a mistake, but it kind of looks cool. So will make that mistake. And repeat it here. Yeah. No, that's too far. Yep, that's what I'm looking for. Oops. Bad. Undo. Yeah, that's... Is that 2 or 1? That's 1. Yeah, okay. I don't know what I was thinking. Shift click. Alright, so I'm going to have to do a little bit of cleanup. Back over here, mostly doesn't matter. We're doing a good job anyway. Really? What are you doing? Oh, okay, I see what the problem was. All right. It's been set up nicely. Except for whatever that is there. And it did the same thing on the other side. There's probably a perfectly good reason for that, but it doesn't matter. It's not what I wanted. Nope, not that. No, that's not what I want. Okay. Please hold, the game is thinking. Let's drop out of build mode. Oof. Okay, that's bad. I'm still connected to the interwebs, though. Yep, okay. good coffee. Alright, be another minute here and we're good to go. Alright, back in game. Looks like it completely did not get the last change I asked for. That's alright. No, that's just being weird. Alright. What's going on there? Okay, let's try it again then. Just grab the whole thing and see if that if magic happens. Interesting. So that step pattern is actually getting solved. Oh, well, okay. So no, I can't do that. Alright, I'll fight with that later. These two things look at all the same. Oh, because this one sticks out further. That's the difference. That's what the problem is. Okay, I get it now. So what I'm going to do, nip that chunk out and replace it with the shallower version. Okay. Steak I made. Oh, no, I can get it. Does this make a mess if I do this? It ought not to. No, it just skims along that edge. It's okay. Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna go get the other one, which is me why I did that. Okay, now, this one does not have the two dimples on it, so we'll need to import those. The easiest way to do that is to grab just out of it. Over to the red point. And then, like so. Okay, we got it all. Copy. Run this over here. Okay. And then I can just grab this whole thing. Yeah. It's a slightly smarter Smurf. But we'll just leave it as it is. I'll fight with it. Okay, copy that. Oh, one of the guns is poking through the wall there. I need to fix that. Okay. I need to fix it somehow, anyway. Put this here. Okay. The criteria is lined up on that corner. And that would be it-ish. No, that's it. Okay. And then we go uppies. Somewhere. Except that I'm backwards. Do I care? If I do this, that puts those two blue lights. No, you know something? I'm gonna leave it like that. I kind of like that. I just need to flip this. This one. Oh, okay, so that's just gonna drive me nuts, so we're not doing that. What are you doing? Yeah, it did. But, yeah, okay, I see what I did. And again, I'm not against that. So we'll leave it like that. Alright, and so now I just need to clean up this middle piece here. Here, can't leave that different. So, append some material. do it. Okay. And that gun is misbehaving, so we can move all of these over. Okay, so we'll do this differently. Okay, that's clear. And I see not through the wall here. Yeah, that will interfere with the door. It's fine. Oh, going forward. That's actually cutting the door. Alright. I think it's just too narrow to do that. There are other ways to solve the problem. Actually makes other first order problems less problems. Declare that an okay solution. Do some cleanup in here, put a proper angle along that, blah blah blah, but that's okay. In fact, I may cut this all the way back to there. That's probably what it will be. But that's not a bad looking way to dress that corner up. Yeah, right. Essentially. Oh, chatting screen again. Thank you. Hey, Osource, welcome. Thank you. Appreciate you being here. Sorry, guys. I bapped a button somewhere along the way, and my chat window vanished, so I didn't notice the messages. My apologies on that. So yeah, PvE combat. So I don't know. Gosh, I don't know is the best answer. I'll tell you. I can't remember if I mentioned it the last stream, but the problem I have is that when I was playing on the live server, essentially I did what I'm doing here. And I realized that doing it again was not holding my interest. So what I'm instead doing is taking advantage of the fact that I can have a base ship on Settlers. You know, mining, factory, everything on the one vessel. And that's essentially what I'm gonna do. So, I may take it into early PvE combat just to see what happens, with the idea that that at the first moment that I get nervous, I just bail and I'll take and you know, I'll take whatever the you know, the deposit, the loss in the deposit is, because I have no idea how this will work. I've got good guns, I've got a good shield, but it's a bloody big ship, and it is going to be woefully underarmed for its size. I suspect that the missions will restrict it due to its size. I will probably wind up having to carry some kind of light combat vessel on board. Which means the E-19 may be replaced by a combat ship. The E-19 is just a general purpose runabout. But I may wind up, if I want to do PvE, I may either have to add another flight deck to it, or more hangar space, you know, either or. Because, you know, there's nothing that would stop me, for example, from increasing the height of the hangar up to that point, and, for lack of a better way, putting a storage rack up there that I could put in, you know, just shuffle an S-Core vessel up onto, and I could just switch them around, you know, pretend there's an elevator, if you will, or a crane. Because in the original TV series, Space 1999, that was actually when they landed on the vertical pad. They were lowered down, the upper doors closed, and then they were moved along a little conveyor belt to a point, and then they got picked up by a big crane claw and moved basically into storage racks. And that's how they were handled. And I just always thought that was a neat aesthetic. So there's nothing to stop me from sort of implying that in here with a bit of window dressing and increasing the height of the thing, because, well, it's docked. It just sits where you put it, right? But, you know, my initial thing at first is that it is going to be this is going to be my, you know, my literal wandering home. Cruise wherever. If I decide I want to see Mattis, I'll fly out to Mattis. If I decide I want to see Teoma, I'll fly out to Teoma. That's the idea, right? What does that mean at this point? Don't know. I'll find out when I get there. Like I say, I don't know enough about PvE, particularly as the missions are constructed now, to know, for example, if there are size class restrictions, whatever. Mostly, I just like the idea of you know, having all the weapons neatly tidied behind doors that open up, and if it turns out to be useful, that's cool. If it winds up that I just need an actual attack ship to do PvE, PvP, okay, I'll build one of those, and it'll just be a carried craft for this thing. It won't change the weight much by the time I've packed all of this factory onto it. Right. I mean, that's just the reality. Oh, I've got switches. Yay. Alright. So I can get this set up. Equip. And I'm just going to tuck this one out front so it's yes, here is missing one as well. So then I need to connect that to that. Rename this is screen. And connect this to that. And okay, so yeah, good. Okay, that's good. And then I need to come over to Manager. 6. Control-click. All right, and then Manager. So, are we good? Okay. So, and then here we go. Yeah, all right. So, Manager then connects to that, to that, to that, to that, and to that. So, the idea is that if I turn this on, this will light up. Drop out of here. Machinery here is machinerying. Okay, let's scoot over here. Kill all that. Scoot over here and press the magic button. Oh, databank. I forgot the databank. No, I did not. Okay. Those are all turned. Yeah, those are all correct. That's correct. Yeah. All right. Just be more patient, Michelle. Not getting any error messages. That's a good sign. Yeah, something's wrong. What did I forget? Did I install the manager software? Would be the first question. Okay, we'll turn customer off. We'll go over here. We'll take a look at this. And no, I never installed manager. That'll do it right there. Let's try that. Oh, there we go. Line cook just started up. Okay. We are working. Okay, while that spins up, zoom over here. Rename. This is dash green. This is dash blue. Starting slowly. Just heard some machinery kick off over there. Okay, there's screen. I just realized there's a mistake on all of them. That's okay. Let this spin for a few moments and sort itself out. Come back over here and tidy these while I'm waiting. Okay, so this is just going to be all larger stuff. Okay, it's still learning. It's still learning what's plugged into it. Okay, just heard something spin up. Okay. Transfer units are trying to transfer stuff. That's a good sign. And there we go. Okay, we're in business. What's going on there? Turn everything off here for a sec. Is there something running in the background? No. Yep, that's plugged in. Yep, that's correct. You are 1.2. You are... that's the problem. Terminate that switch. This one should be right. Yeah, chef. Okay. Turn this off so that it notices the renaming. It's because the way the internals work, it's very the switches must match the board name, because the way it determines if a board is basically the way it fixes if a board is crashed is looks for a switch that has the same name as the board and just flicks the switch on and off. Okay. I could maybe get another in there. Let's see. Not too fussy about space. Yeah, I could get away with that. It's a little narrower than the other one. I could fix that. Yeah, okay. So you'll go there. to here. That fixes that. Yeah, I'll fix that one. Expensive. There it goes. I see, he said. Right? Bit of fuzz there. What's going on? Okay, moving stuff. That's good. Oh, I know what happened. I did a dummy, is what happened. Right, can I fix that, though? Let's see. Come down here, copy that. Copy. Do not hit the R key this time. Fixes that. Goes here. And that's okay, that's better. And then just fix it. Alright. Oops. Too much zoom. Okay, so you're doing your thing. It'll need, it says it needs lithium. It'll figure it out. It has access to lithium via the transfer units. Okay. So that's cool. That's the third one up and running. Now we can start stashing stuff away. And so yeah, so this is going to be red. So, no, you're going to be a brat about that, huh? Oh, weird. Huh. Jesus. Okay. So we use customer. Tag this here. Right click, advanced, and set skin to settlers because I just like that color tone for computer display. Let's go. Ah, when I changed the skin, it turned it off. That's right. That's enough. An end of the world kind of problem. Yeah, actually, I hadn't noticed, but I think you're right. All right, so now we're going to grab this. It gets glued over here. It can't be lost as easily. Screen gets tacked over here. Tuck that like so. Where is... That's manager. Manager gets tacked over here. Interesting. So what did I do? Oh, let's go back here. Let's get these moved as well before I forget. So. So here. Okay, and then this is line 0. I said, come with me. Coming with me. One would be one. It's a nice coincidence. Oh, really? Huh. Let's do this. Oops. Okay, so it's not going to give me the collision alarm, but it will treat it like it's colliding. Well, I don't like you either. Okay. So that gets that up and running. Okay. Yeah, so it grabbed lithium and now we're working on calcium. Okay. Okay. Very good. And we're moving steel over. Good. Yeah, there are a couple of things that I do not have in the salvage bin inventory, which is this one. So at that point, it'll, you know, eventually it'll start figuring that out and start drawing on the raw ore bin, which is this one. Okay. All right. That's funny, Rye. All right. Okay, so now that's chewing away there. I don't have any of the canopy M's yet. And the canopy L's are just too damn big. On the odd chance, I ought not to have any over here, but I've said that before and then found something. So let me just go check the inventory at the station. And now that I think about it, I might have someone down on the ground at the ground station. I have S's here, but not. Okay. Well, it's not going to do what I want. Alright, well. Yeah. Book. No, I don't. What's kind of annoying? All right. Now, I could be silly and just come over and grab a few panes of glass. But, okay. Think okay, that's the one with the force fields. what are you? That's a tilted S. You know. Let's just do something here. Do you mind? Thank you. Turn this back on. Let's see what happens if I do this. What is... Okay, first off, build mode. 9. What's the magic numbers here? 0, 8. Okay, so 0, 8. So center lined and 8. Okay. If I do that will give me... do this. Alright, so we'll do that. Then, how would this work? I think this is the part where it gets weird. Because then what I want to do is step that way. I could do that. Like this, but that's just, no, that does not. That is the wrong answer. So let me grab our corner. Yep, our corner. So yeah, I would do it with a corner piece. And I'm just going to glue that there. Don't read too much into anything right now. And that would be a little too tight at that point, I think. So there's a couple ways to do this thing. Alright, yeah, okay, I think another one. Those won't do our work. I think I can do this one. So I'm going to arbitrarily arbiter. And we'll do that. And you'll go here. No, that is incorrect. Go away. Go away some more. this one goes here. Yes. And then I need to... This is the part I don't see. Yes, there we go. That's what I should have done to start with. And then we do the same thing again here. Ah, okay, there we are. No, not like that, so it must be like this. Or maybe not. Do I... Okay, well... Give me a triangle piece then. Okay, that's corner. That's triangle. Nope, that's not gonna do it. What are you doing? Alright, well, if you don't know what you're doing, stop and think about it. That's the triangle, that's a corner piece, right? Let's do this again and figure out what it was I did. Okay, so, yeah, so it's just stare at the edge. So that goes there. And then we do it again, so, quote, stare at the edge. Or is it just that the combination is just simply not going to work? Is that what I'm seeing here? Yep, that's exactly what it is. So, 2 corners, yes. 3 corners, no? Why would you do that? Now, I could... Nope. So how do I do that? Okay. Yeah, okay. I know how we can do this. It's not what I want, but I can make it work. An angle piece? Yeah. Yeah, that is. I swear swear the geometry on these things is different depending on what size you grab. I get such bizarre behavior from them. Yeah, okay. So now... Yeah, that's exactly what I was afraid of. All right. Foop. I have a particular look in mind, and it's going to really drive me nuts if I can't have it. Right, if... Let's just do this. Let's try it a different way. There, and then because I can do, and maybe that's what I should be doing. All right, let's see if I do that. Can I get one of those cornery thingies to do cornery things? Right, so... Nope, that ain't it. We can do that. It gets me there. Can I just fill that in with a regular triangle, maybe? You sit over here in harm's way. Give me just a triangle-y triangle. Equip. That ain't it. Nope, that's not gonna do it. Okay. Except that that doesn't do the right thing. There. Okay, that does close up if... Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. That doesn't do what I want at all. That doesn't do what I want at all. That ain't gonna do it. Alright, well, let's do this a different way then. Nope, that won't work either. Right. Nope, not you. You. Okay, this is frustrating. Okay, you're doing things, that's good. Turn you off for a moment. I know I've solved this problem many, many times, so what the hell? Yeah, really annoying. Is that it? Is that going to be the solution? Put a pane of glass on the floor and then mount everything off the pane of glass. Let me just go down and check something. I had a spaceship around here a minute ago. So you do a right, okay, so it's just a hard right angle. Okay. Bloody hell. So... And so, but that hard right angle gives you the illusion of a 45. Okay. That's not ideal. We'll use that phrase. No, I didn't check what piece it was, but that's okay. So what am I gonna do? Here. Use this edge to give you light. So then, and that I should be able to drop a corner piece into and be done with. Quote. Yeah, I don't believe that either. I am something very close to upset. Yeah, that's all it is. So the catch is that no, you just can't put 2 pieces of glass there. You only get the 1. Okay. That center around. Yeah, let's get it done. Here. So that would sit like that. So that would be going that way. Right. So if I do that, it goes back, which I don't want. Can I get it to kick the other way? Latching to here. Just going to cause myself grief by trying to do this. Pretty sure the answer is yes. So the spot I want is actually through the wall, which obviously I cannot do. So we will go that far. quote, bury the mistake in the middle. Alright, and then I need one of them there triangle-y things. I'm just going to sit 2 of these over here to grab later. So now I should be able to come over here, grab that edge. Yeah, pretty much just like that. Looks about right. Is that correct? Might be correct. No, it is not correct. Huh. Yes. Yep. And triangle things back out this way. That is not correct. Am I going to get away with this? Because that, I mean, that I can fix with a bit of oxys. That's not a problem. It seems to be okay with that. So now what? Okay, so that's an option. Okay, so that doesn't line up no matter what you do. That will dimple in, but not line up. That just winds up weird. Okay. So I can put that divot there. And then wrap it. I have L corners? No, I don't. Don't have L metal corners. That's unfortunate. All right, let's actually it's a better way to do that. Just out of curiosity, I think it's 4, isn't it? So I need another tilted here to get that to stand properly. It ends up being. Could do that. That wouldn't be, and then that would go up to there, and then something, something. If I do this, yeah, there's no edge there to grab onto, is the problem. Okay. So it actually, yeah, I either have to, yeah, you see what happens, right? That's a scalloped edge there. So I either wind up having to do something peculiar or run a line of voxels to fix it, which is just a weird way of deciding to do things, I think. Yeah. Or yeah, just, you know, drop it from the ceiling and leave it in the position. But again, that's just a peculiar way to decide to make something fit. Yeah, that might be kind of a neat effect. Yep. And then dope the rest of that with voxel to fill in that gap. That could look kind of cool. Alright. Leave that there. this foolishness? That doesn't fit. Whoever came up with this system needs to be shaken, just so it's been said. At the risk of being more inappropriate than usual, there's a dire need for shaken developer syndrome right here. Okay, and then I could... Yeah, we'll do that. We'll leave this as is. Okay. Closes that up. Distinct need for shaken developer syndrome. Holy fuck. Why would you think this was good? You know, the whole point behind snap-together systems is they're supposed to be easier than doing it the hard way. That gets me most of what I need. That gets filled in. I'll need a few S pieces. Might be able to do it with these. Again. Really? Yeah, I didn't think so. Don't mind that. Hit the wrong button. Sorry about that. That's an interesting one. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah. That was me being silly. Okay. Not an uncommon problem. Okay, so then we'll be able to go here. what happens if... I don't think that's going to work. It might. Does that clear? No, it's exactly too short. Okay. And then these are going to be way too big. Almost guaranteed. Yeah, it's exactly what I was afraid of. Does that wind up coming through the flight deck, though? Yeah, it does. So that's no good. So I'll need mediums. Okay, it's not terrible. That's workable. Dozen items there. That's not awful. Yeah, okay, we'll put it here. Oh, I'm already going to produce some. Alright, I'm going to change that to 8. Now that I better understand what I'm trying to do. And we'll get that back to production. Assembly line M. Yep, we have those on that line. Okay. Cool. Alright. It's, yeah, not terrible. We'll use that description. Now, screen. Too small. I would need a medium. Okay. I think I have mediums. Let's go find out. Okay, I do not have any off-size screens in inventory. That's upgrade. Alright, it's just give me a sec here, folks. Need to check a message. Let's go turn this off. Those are excesses. Okay, I have one large transparent, but no ends. I guess I'll keep some up to make. Let me go and check this. Okay, I do have modern transparents at the base, but not many, but more than I have up above. Okay. So, alright, that's what I need to know. So what I'll do is run us back down to the ground station, grab those, and then I think we'll wrap it up for today, actually. Just realized it's been 4.5 hours, that's the stream. I saw Swervin was up, we'll raid over to him for anybody who's not dual watching. And yeah. Appreciate y'all hanging out with me here, by the way, folks. Thank you so much. Okay. Just hit the speed of sound now. It won't take us long. It is a 90K drop, so, you know. The descent phase, those motors are basically just enough to get it to break inertia so it starts falling. Provides like a quarter G acceleration. The primary acceleration for the descent is the planet. So, you know. I could have put big wrenches, I suppose, but I couldn't see a point to it. Kind of looked ugly. Get up to about Mach 4 before it panics about the upper atmosphere and starts slowing. Yeah, Mach 3. Well, that's peculiar. Came down way off bearing. Normally it doesn't do that. That was really weird. It completely did not manage the landing properly, as evidenced by the fact I'm looking at the ground sideways. That might be me. I've been mucking around with the ground base a bit. I may have screwed something up, but I don't think I've touched the pad. I think it just came down too fast. Alright, we'll figure it out later. It's not where it should be, but... Yeah, I'm not sure what the hell happened there. Ah, okay. I might need to go get the I bet you it's the Atlas. I forgot about that. I bet you it's the Atlas. Yeah, because it was acting like it should have been able to go for another few dozen meters, right? Just didn't slow down in time. So I'll grab the screens that I have here. Yeah, lift. Yeah, okay. Well, I'd forgotten there's a bunch of material on this. All right. That's fine. I'm just gonna grab the whole pile and bring it up with me. I'll wind up needing them eventually. In fact, the only one I'm pretty sure I won't. Well, actually, no. I can use those M screens for informationals anywhere that's not going to be a service terminal of some kind. So that's okay. All right. else is in here before I... Because I got 300 tons of clearance. The fuel will stay here for now. Okay, the programming boards I'm going to grab. Might as well grab the sliding doors. The adjusters. I'm always out of buttons. Relays. Large retros are never a mistake. Delay line we'll grab as well. Signs, yep, sure. Grab that antenna, that would be valuable. You too. Hit snooze, please. I'm not interested in that right now. Container hubs, yeah. Operators, always. Uncommon maneuver else. Maybe not a bad plan. What are you? Okay, that's... Alright, yeah, I don't want Vulcans. That's counterphase M, don't want them. What am I at? I'm at 435 tons, I got plenty of room here. That's an M-core rocket engine. M rockets aren't gonna help on this hull. Those brakes will. Grab the hatches. Those will need to be battened down later. That was terrible, Michelle. Don't do that again. Where am I at now? 440 tons, plenty of room. M spaces and basic space, not really enough thrust to do what I want. Grab those vertical lights as well. Excuse me. Thank you. Thing. Ammo containers are the wrong size. Okay, that'll have to do for now. Eventually all this stuff will get moved up, but, you know, for now, good enough. All right, yeah, I think, all right, going to grab the Nitron and the X1. I'm really, I'm gonna use those rocket engines. I would be much better off Get a VAB. It's never a mistake. I would be much better off just manufacturing some L rocket engines and the fuel tanks to go with them. I think. Uncommon freight Ls. Yeah, I will drag those up. Those will actually be of some value. Advanced atmospheric air brakes, definitely will want them. Definitely will need more of that. I really don't like the Vulcans. I really do not like the Vulcans. So those will wind up getting sold, I suspect. And the rest can stay. Okay. The Lumi can go as well, because I will, by definition, use it. Polished yellow steel, I know I'm using. Lumi green, Lumi orange. I said Lumi orange. Thank you. Those will go up as well. Just get it out of the bin. I've got more up high. Okay. That's everything. Okay. All right. That should take care of that. So yeah, next time I stream or play, I'll drag that load back up to the station and get on with it. But that will help a bit. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, that's it for today. Thank you, everybody. We will be raiding over to Swervin here in just a moment, for those of you who are not already dual watching. So yeah, we'll do that. As always, ladies and gentlemen, Non-Binary Finery, thanks very much for watching the DU Weekend Show. Reminder to reach out to gaming friends and acquaintances that you haven't seen or heard from or gamed with in a while. Check in on them. The world is a whole lot right now, and not everyone's doing well. So a lot of things dragging people down, and it's amazing to be reminded that people notice when you aren't around. So if you haven't seen anybody, a friend of yours around in a while, reach out to them, let them know you're thinking of them. So that's it for now. Take care of yourselves, stay safe, have fun with whatever games you're playing. We'll see y'all again soon. Stick around for the raid. I'm going to hit the magic button here, and we'll raid on over. Alright, magic raid button. Come on, Swervin, where are you? That's Derek Angel Carey. Following, please. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. And, whoops, what are you doing? Oh, you stupid software. Hang on. It bopped me out of the following. There we go. Same category. And that's Swervin. There we go. Start raid. All right, so raid will kick off here in just a moment, 20 odd seconds. And when you get there, if you're not already watching, do say hi, do let them know where you came from. And for those of you not raiding on over, well, we'll be wrapping the stream up right afterwards. Take care, have fun. See y'all again soon. Bye bye. Alrighty, here we are.
Jesus. Gotta have that. That's like the most important thing. Is there horses? It's a raid, man. 902 coming in with the raid. Let's go, 902. What up? Happy Saturday.
Got a raid and run.
I'm going to the PvP planet, bro. Here we go. I'm bringing some RP
Alright,
stuff.
and stream it.
That's fun.
So